Hello, everyone. So sorry. I don't know what's wrong with my internet. I'm restarting my router, and then hopefully we can get on the regular StreamYard and not my phone camera here. Welcome, Jeanette.
Hi.
I'm so excited to be sprinting with you.
Yes, you too.
Yeah, and kicking off Read Happy. I'm also excited about how that has spread more than I thought that it would. So,
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
I mean, it's great prompts, easy prompts to fulfill, and everybody wants to read happy.
well, and I figured that there would be people, and I did want to make it as easy as possible for people to be able to fill the prompts, even with like one book, because I didn't want it
Hmm.
to be stressful in any way for anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like we have some people watching now. And so I am on my phone right now. I am trying to get my router like re-going. It just keeps telling me that I'm connected, then disconnected, then connected, then disconnected.
Oh,
So I will be working on that during the first sprint. I can't share an ambiance from my phone. I don't know, Jeanette, are you able
can
to
I?
share one?
I might be able to.
Okay, we'll see if
I
that can
couldn't figure out how to
happen.
change my book name because I'm not reading that book, but I couldn't figure out how to change it.
Oh, maybe I can change it. I'll check and see. Let's read some comments
Let's
here.
see.
Morgan says, I'll be reading Mists Over the Channel Islands by Sarah Sundin. That sounds nice.
That's her newest book, I think.
This is going to be slow going here, unless I can figure out how to do it differently. Kat's in. Hi, Kat. She says, hi, everyone. I'm reading A Novel Idea by Elizabeth Spann Craig, Village Library number 8, and Ornithography by Jessica Rue. These books are definitely making me happy, so I'm starting strong. Yay! A Novel Idea. No, I think it was a novel, something else that was the one of the books in one of the series that I'm reading. Oh, I forgot to show it. See, I'm so bad. But there's Kat's comment, everyone. Okay. And Lucy's saying hello, everyone. And she is going to try to join us later, depending on how long we're sprinting. She might be able to make it on. I think she's going to try to be in the comments. And Lucy saying hi to Krista. Did I skip a comment there? Let me see. Oh, I sure did a whole bunch. Oh my goodness. All right. Got that one. There's Krista. Hi, Krista. She says, hello, ladies. I'm so pumped for Read Happy. It's so perfect for how I want to read this month. I started Edenbrook and I'm loving it again. It's a reread for me. Oh, that's wonderful. I am also going to be rereading Edenbrook. I have a really fancy copy, but I just have this regular paperback that I'm gonna be reading, but I want to finish Seeking Persephone before I start that. Have you read Edenbrook, Jeanette?
No,
Yeah.
I've heard so many things about it, but I've heard both good and bad. So I'm like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, uh, wasn't that one of the 1-star ratings that was read last night at Lucy's
Yes, it
sprints was
was.
for Edenbrook? Yeah. So,
Yeah.
everybody has different tastes. So,
Yeah.
yeah. And Tanya says, hi, I'm reading To Love a Lady by Gabrielle Meyer. I did I just get, no, that book's on its way to me. I ordered it from her Etsy shop. and it should be coming in the next couple of days. So that's on deck after my reread for Edenbrook. That'll be the next one that I pick up. And Lucy's crying. And Katrina says, as soon as I saw this readathon, I paused the magic of ordinary days. Happy I should be able to finish it tonight. Yes. And Grandma Susan is in. She says, good evening, all. Okay, now I think I'm back on track. Lucy saying hi to everyone. And Christina says, hello, everyone. Looking forward to tonight's reading sprints. Me too. I got almost halfway in my book yesterday. I read a little bit more after sprints. And so I'm happy to be able to have sprints tonight to continue with it.
Mm-hmm.
And Grandma Susan says, I'm reading an arc of Murder at the Highland Games by D. McDonald, publishing in publishing in April. Sounds like a cozy mystery.
Mm-hmm.
I love a cozy mystery. And Steve is here. He says, here as well, they'll be in and out, huskies and adulting. Yes, I get that. Not the huskies part. I've had dogs in the past, but not any huskies. I had a German Shepherd when I was really little, and then I had the family had a golden retriever, and then when I was in high school, we had a black cocker spaniel. Uh,
Mm.
he was like my first dog that like I picked,
Right.
and he was so fun. And Beverly, hello. She says, reading Remarkably Bright Creatures. I think somebody else was going to read that too. I think, was that Krista said that she was going to read that?
I feel like that's what I was thinking, but that's the one with the octopus on the cover.
Uh-huh.
Is that one?
Yep. And Hannah's here. She says, hello. And Steve is reading Wing Feather and Gregor the Overlander. That's cool. I love that you are so into the fantasy. All right. I think we are caught up on comments there. So should we start our first sprint now? Oh, look, we got more. Krista says, yep, I'll be reading RBC when my Libby Hold comes in. I've heard the audio is so good.
Mm.
We read it for book club a couple of years ago, but I read it physically. I didn't try the audio. Yeah, I liked it. The book club really enjoyed it. That was my virtual book club. And most of the books that we read have to do with animals and pet rescue and things like that. So that one fit right in.
Yeah.
All right. Jeanette, what are you going to be reading tonight then?
Appalachian Song by Michelle
Oh,
Shockley.
so many people are reading that this month, huh?
Oh,
Just right
really?
about, yeah, because I've heard a lot of people saying that they're reading that one or
Hmm.
mentioning that it's on their TBR for the month.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. So I will be trying to sort out these internet issues, but I'll be listening to, well, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just stay offline um, while I sort out those issues. Oh my gosh. I just looked up, and across from me is my TV, and it's on a stand, and there's like a center section that has my record player
Mhm.
thing on there, and Humphrey was like right on top of it in the little cavity there. Crazy cat. All right, so I think we'll go into a sprint. I'm going to try to sort these internet issues out, and then Jeanette, if I can change what you're headline says, then I'll go ahead and change that too. But I really
Okay.
want to get this internet stuff figured out.
So I found a ambience, but I can't put it on the screen.
Oh, you can't?
So,
Let me see if I can give you permission to do that here. Let's see. It's giving me the option to, you can stream to your own destination, but it doesn't say anything about sharing there. Let me see here. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, I see it. There we go. All right, so I put it up there,
yep.
and we'll see everybody back in, say, 40 minutes. So that would put us at 25 after. Did I do that math right?
Yeah.
All right, and if I can put a banner up here, I will do that.
Sounds good.
All right, there we go. And we are back. Let me just stop my audiobook here. There we go. All right. I got my internet sorted out. How did you do that sprint, Jeanette?
I got 25 pages read.
Oh, wow.
So
That's
not
so
bad.
good. Yeah, I didn't get that far. So I have my Kindle Paperwhite, and you can listen to audiobooks if you have them on Audible. And so I have Seeking Persephone on Audible. So I was listening to that. It did take me a while because I needed Wi-Fi to download the audio, and I was trying to get the audio sorted. So I didn't get very much listening. And then my cats, I had to give them some wet food because they were both kind of like over here. And I thought, oh, wet food will keep them occupied, but not for very long. So, and how did everybody else out there do? Let's get to some comments. All right. And we have a Celestria. She says, hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. I see the L's. They got mixed in with the exclamation points there. And Celestria says, Katrina, that's one of my favorite movies. And Annie, hello, Annie. She says, hi, everyone. I'm continuing with The Borrowers by Mary Norton. That was one of my favorite books when I was little. And Krista says, I made it to page 96 in Edenbrook. I also read the intro to C.S. Lewis's poems and watched a Discord tutorial video. Very productive sprint. Gonna make some tea for this next sprint. That's a lot. That's good. I have a Discord channel, but I haven't really done anything with it yet. I probably should watch a tutorial so that I know what I'm doing before I open it up. But I would like to open it up this month for people to come together there to chat. So I'll need to find a tutorial myself. And Kat's here. Hello, Kat. She says the birdsong in the ambiance goes very well with my ornithography book. Yeah, it's very nice. I do like, I'm lucky here where I live. There's a lot of trees, so there's frequently birds outside, and I love like hearing that throughout the day. So I love it in the ambiances too. And Tanya's here. She got 2 chapters read. Good deal. Morgan read 1 chapter. And if this is the book that she was reading last night, she said they were really long chapters.
Long chapters, yeah.
And the bundled bookworm, hello. She read 2% while bouncing my baby and cooking dinner at the same time. Oh my goodness. And she's currently reading an ARC, Habits of the Sea. Bundled bookworm, I don't think that I know your name. So if you want to share it, we would love to know. Or we could just call you Bundled Bookworm. And Katrina says, Celestia, I'm 74% in, had 1 small inappropriate scene. Disappointing because the movie is so clean, but so far close to the movie. Is that the one, is Carrie Russell in that movie? Or am I confusing that with something else? And
I don't
Christina,
remember what she's reading. So
I think it was The Magic of Ordinary Days that she was reading. And Christina says, I finished my book review for the book I finished the other day. Good job. I'm still working on my reviews.
Me too.
She also started The Secret to Happiness by Suzanne Woods Fisher. Nice. And Beverly's here, and she says she's read 26 pages. Thank you all. And Bundled Bookworm is Anna. Nice to meet you, Anna. And Allie is here. She just put up her BookTube newbie video, which I watched earlier today. So y'all should go check it out. and she will be reading some of Through Each tomorrow, Timeless Book 6. Is that the one that I need to start? Is that the one? Let's see which. Yeah, I just finished Every Hour Until Then. So that's book 5, right? I need to start book 6. And Annie got to 45%. And Katrina says, yes, Carrie Russell. And Steve says, load and a half of laundry. Good deal. And 3 pages, chapter 19 of Gregor the Overlander. Good job, Steve. You're multitasking there too. That's awesome. All right. How are you liking your book, Jeanette?
I'm liking it, but it's about a midwife. And so they're going through some birthing scenes.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like, okay, I don't need this. And it's really not, never experiencing it personally, right? I'm kind of like,
Yeah. I know.
So I
I
don't
think
I'm going to fall in love with it the way a lot of people have. But
yeah, maybe you'll forget those scenes and fall in love with the rest of the story. I just finished last month a book for my in-person book club. It's called Rebellion 1776, and it takes place during 1776 and a little after in Boston, and they were having a smallpox outbreak. And so it was describing like how they did the inoculations and like what the smallpox, like the fevers and the pox themselves and like all of the stuff that goes along with that. But it was a middle grade book, so it wasn't too bad, but I was just like, whoa, this is a lot. But yeah, it was a really good book, and I would read it again. And yeah, I think it could have been a lot grosser than it actually was. And middle grade kids probably thought it was really cool that it was kind of gross, but
right. Yeah. And I mean, this is probably pretty mild, but
yeah. All right. So I have a little thing that we're going to do today. We don't have Alma with us. She was supposed to be with us, but she had a family thing. So she is traveling. She might pop in on the comments sometime tonight, which would be great. Lucy also had to work, so she will be in the comments here and there as she is able to. But what I thought would be fun is to do like a live book tag, but we're only going to do a couple of the questions now, and then everybody in the comments, you can answer too what your answer is. So this book tag is actually one that I created called the traveling book tag, and I will link it later in the description of this live, so you can go check it out if you want what my answers were back when I created it. So I'm going to be asking Jeanette and everybody else, and then we'll put all of our answers. We'll give our answers and then read answers in the comment. And so this tag is all about road trips and just different things that go along with road trips. So prompt number 1 is on the road again. And that would be a book that you have recently reread or that you plan on rereading soon. So Jeanette, did you want to answer that first, or did you want me to do my answer first?
I can answer. Well, okay. The most recent one I reread, because I finished it yesterday, is Blue Skies Tomorrow by Sarah Sundin. It is book 3 of the Wings of Glory series, and I binged this series this year for the second time. So January, February, and March. Technically, March. Finished April 1st, but
very good. So I already kind of mentioned what I'm going to be rereading is Edenbrook. So that will be my next reread. I reread all the time.
I do too.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm sure I just finished The Moving Finger by Agatha Christie a couple of days ago. That was a reread, but this is my next reread. So everyone let us know that's watching, what have you reread recently, or are you planning on rereading something recently? And let's see. Um, Oops, I think I highlighted the wrong one. Allie says, Sammy, hi, you to work, because Sammy had said, I have to work, but maybe I'll sprint afterward. That would be cool. And Kat says, I plan on rereading Winnie the Pooh this month for the readathon. Now, what exactly Winnie the Pooh are you reading? I feel like I've seen different collections of Winnie the Pooh stories and the many adventures of Winnie the Pooh. So I'd like to know what it is that you're going to be rereading. And we have Austin here, and Austin is going to be rereading Homer, the Iliad. I took my nephew. So during Christmas and birthdays for my nieces and nephews, instead of giving them a present, I give them an adventure that they get to choose. So they can tell me, can we go to the Lego store? So I will take them to the Lego store, and then we'll have like dessert or maybe go to dinner or lunch beforehand. And it's, nothing fancy. Sometimes it's like Wiener Schnitzel or whatever.
Right.
And then I will buy like a Lego set or whatever. And so one of my nephews, so this was Christmas, he still hadn't like told me what he wanted. He's like, I'll let you know. Well, he texted me, when was it? Tuesday night? I think it was Tuesday night. He texted me that he wanted to go to Barnes and Noble, and could we go that night? And so I was like, yes, we can. So I met him at Barnes and Noble, and we were kind of looking at books and things like that. And we looked at the Iliad and the Odyssey, and that was one of the books that I was like, oh, do you want this? There was a really nice collector's edition. He ended up not choosing that. I think he chose the third Dune book. And then like a couple of other like fantasy books. But yeah, it's always fun to spend time with him, because he really has his own ideas of what he wants to read, but he loves to talk about books and music. So it was a fun little time that we spent there at Barnes and Noble.
Yeah.
And Tanya says, I'm not a rereader normally of fiction. I'm rereading The Battlefield of the Mind by Joyce Meyer. Well, hey, that counts. Hey, Kay. She says, hey. And Morgan, I reread Pilgrim's Progress in March. This time I read it in today's English. It was much easier to understand this time around. That's interesting. Did I read any? I think in English we read some, not like the whole thing, but I think we read, that's Chaucer. Is that right? Pilgrim's, am I confusing it? I'm confusing it with the Canterbury Tales. Sorry. But then I guess I must not have read any Pilgrim's Progress. And Annie says, my current book, The Borrowers, is a reread. Nice. And Austin says, yeah, because I want to go too. And Kat says, I will be listening to the collected stories of Winnie the Pooh that is narrated by British actors. Very nice. It includes Winnie the Pooh, The House at Pooh Corner. Very, very, very good. That sounds so happy. I love it. And Steve says, I guess I'm not sure if I understand rereading. So a book that you've already read that you're going to read again, or that you have read more than once, is a reread. And Steve says, mainly because I read a lot of fiction and mystery, so I feel that if you already know the ending, I don't know if it will ruin the reread. I get that. Yeah. I know a lot of people that won't reread mysteries. For me, I always feel like I miss a lot the first time I read a book, because I'm just wanting to know, right? So when I reread a book, there's things that I missed the first time, or things that will give me a deeper understanding of what the author was trying to do, or character motivation or different things like that. So I do, and I just enjoy it. I always feel like, you can have a favorite movie and you watch it more than once. I feel like that about books. I mean, you know what happened in the movie because you already saw it, but you enjoyed it and you can enjoy it again. Maybe not like trying to figure out who did it if it was a mystery, but you can still enjoy revisiting the story. At least that's how I see it. How about you, Jeanette?
The same. But
Yeah.
even sometimes I'm like, I read this in 22 was the first time I read it. 20, yeah, 22. And there were things about it that I'd forgotten that happened. And it
Yeah.
was like, oh, wait, how's that going to work again? Like, how did I get
Hmm.
there? I couldn't remember the middle, basically.
Right. Yeah. And that happens to, I mean, I reread Agatha Christie all the time. And there's like my favorite favorites that I just like know everything, right? As I'm
Yeah.
reading, I'm just enjoying it. But there are other ones that I don't read as often that it's like I may remember who did it, but I don't remember the motivation or I don't remember
Mhm.
like some of the details of the story. So, yeah, I still enjoy it, even though I know basically the solution. And
Yeah.
sometimes with the Agatha Christie short stories that I don't read as often, I don't remember who did it. It's like I'm thinking, oh, it was this person. And then I was like, wait, I don't think it was that person, and it does take me to the end to like
Yeah.
to get the right
Figure it out
answer.
again.
Yeah, I don't mind rereading it all.
No,
All
me
right.
either.
So the next prompt is Pit Stop. So this is a book that refuels you. And you can interpret that how you want. The way I interpret it is a book that gives you energy, that gives you inspiration, that just kind of fills you up in whatever way. So you know how like if someone compliments you, it kind of fills your bucket. So just like that bucket, however you want to classify it, you're reading this book and it's filling you, whether that's just leaving you with a happy feeling at the end or inspired. So the book that I picked in my tag video is different than the one that I'm picking tonight. Did you pick one, Jeanette?
I did not.
No.
I
Okay.
struggled with this one.
And that's why I'm like kind of giving a explanation of it. So, do you have a book that just leaves you happy every time you read it?
Yes, but that would also be my comfort read
Oh, okay.
book.
That's
Yeah.
fair. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I picked this time, I picked Pride and Prejudice. It is a longer book than I would normally think would be like a pit stop book, but it does make me happy reading it. And it does leave me feeling joyful after I finished reading it. And being joyful does give me energy to like do things. And maybe I want to go have a picnic if the weather's nice, or maybe I want to go to the lake, or maybe I want to just clean my kitchen, because I'm in a more joyful frame of mind, and it does energize me. So yeah, different books that inspire you, energize you, fill you up, make you happy. So let's see what we've got in the comments here. Austin says, I used to hate poetry, but my 38 head loves it. We change with our books because we change. That's right. Yeah,
Mhm.
after your life experiences, the things that you like can change drastically, or can, just take a little left, or a little left or right turn, or just get stronger of what you liked before. So, yeah. And Kay is asking, how are you liking Seeking Persephone? I am really, really enjoying it. I am a little mad at Adam right now, but obviously I expect a good resolution. But let's see, I think I'm on chapter 19 right now. But yes, I really am enjoying it. I love Regency romance and have since high school. That's the kind of romance that my mom read. So those were the books that were around the house when I started reading romance. And for the most part, pretty much every Regency that I've picked up is pretty clean. I'm sure there are some that are not, but the ones my mom had were. So that's what stuff that I look for. And Steve's saying, that's awesome, Austin. And Austin says, thank you. And Steve says, I guess for me, it's maybe not a single book, but because I have finished the entire series of Fablehaven, that has given me confidence that I can continue to read and find other books I love. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I know. Isn't it great when someone that hasn't enjoyed reading in the past all of a sudden finds that it is something that they enjoy? I love to see that. I've seen that with my niece. I've seen that with one of my nephews. So I just think it's awesome that you got through that series, enjoyed it, and know that you can go on to other series and find other books that you like. Somebody said that something about people not liking to read is just because they haven't found a book that they like.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Kelly's here. She says, good evening. And Kay is laughing and smiling.
She's very happy that you're liking your book.
You know what? I do. I love it. I love it. And Jeannie is here and she says, hi, Em and Jeanette. Well, hello. All right. And Austin says, yeah, it's like a whole new world is open before you. I feel sorry for people who don't read, to be honest. When it's like your hobby and you enjoy it and you want everybody to be able to enjoy it. But I get that there's, other hobbies that people have. I know a lot of people. Part of the reason why I started my booktube channel was because I wanted to find people that enjoyed reading, because there are some people in my real life that do, but there's a lot that don't. Or at least I don't know that they do. Like there's people that I've worked with that I'm just I've worked with them for years. I'm just finding out now that they're readers because it's, you're at work and you're doing work. You're not generally talking about, books that you're reading. Unless you happen to be in the break room at the same time, you might say, hey, I'm reading this book. But yeah, so we don't know. There's probably a lot more readers in our lives than we know about. All right. So those were the 2 questions that I had picked for tonight. If anyone hasn't answered and want to answer those questions, you can go ahead and put them in the comments. And let's see. Got some more comments in. Hannah is saying, I'm 84% in the Pendrewicks at last, listening on audio, so I'll definitely finish next sprint. Yay! Love finishing. And Annie says, Christy by Catherine Marshall has always inspired me and other bios of missionaries. Yeah, that's a good point. It could be a biography. It could be an autobiography. It could be some other nonfiction. I've read one of the ladies in my in-person book club. She usually will pick a nonfiction for, when it's her turn to host. Yeah. And so there's been a lot of, I'm not opposed to nonfiction. I just generally don't usually pick it up. But the ones that she's picked have been pretty good. And then there was another lady, she's not in the book club anymore, but she also would pick some really cool, like historical nonfiction things. So she picked one about, what was it called? I don't remember, but it was about the assassination of one of the presidents. And it was really good. And then she picked one about Theodore Roosevelt in the Amazon. And the other lady had picked some health ones. So, yeah, just really good nonfiction out there that definitely could inspire.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve says, "Thanks, Austin. Now I got the song A Whole New World." And Austin says, "Ha ha ha, world's more than one friend." And come on, computer, what is going on? There we go. Tanya says, "My rheumatologist and I discovered we are both readers during my doctor appointment with her. She told me I could get free library cards in other counties. I'm excited about doing that. I love Regency books too." Yes. Jeanette, how many library cards do you have?
2.
Two.
My
I have
library
3.
for our county also offers one for the next county over. So, yeah.
Very nice. So I have my county library, but there's a city in my county that has their own library system because Andrew Carnegie, one of his Carnegie libraries was in that city. And so they are kind of a separate library system than the county library system. So I have cards for both of those. And then there's a bigger county next door, kind of. And so I have, yeah, it is next door. So I have a library card for that county. I probably still have a library card from the county when I was little, but I don't know where my card is and I haven't used it in years. So I don't know, like, if I would have to renew anything at that library, but that's like 5 hours away. So I don't know, how easy it would be to use that one.
Right. We have to renew ours every 2 years. So.
Yeah. The one for my county, I haven't had to renew, and I've had that one for about 24 years. But the one for the neighboring county, that one, it doesn't technically expire, but you just have to like make sure that your address and stuff is
Confirm
updated.
your address, yeah.
So there are times when, yeah, I try to check something out on Libby and it says, "See your library." So then I have to call them and tell them, whatever. So yeah, so that one, the one from the city, I haven't had it that long. Maybe about 5 years. And so far I haven't had to like do any updates with that one.
The nice thing about our library, because it's for the county, so there's actually 5 libraries for the one card, and they will bring the books in to you so you can pick it up at whatever branch you want. So it's very convenient.
Yeah, that's the same with ours. And we have a lot of cities in our counties. So the county that I live in, I think there's 22 libraries, and the neighboring county, I think, has like 26 libraries. And then my county too will borrow from like distant counties. So I could get a book from a city that's like 2 or 3 hours away. I just have to wait for it to be transported in. But they do have like a big network of like friend libraries, or what would like sister libraries, I guess. And so, yeah, so books from all over, but those are physical books. So like Libby is different. So I can only get the books that my county has. So that's the NorthNet library system, which includes my county. It also includes that city library is in that library system. And then the other one is the Sacramento library system. And so those only for those 2 systems can I borrow from Libby, but physically I could borrow from a ton of different libraries.
Okay,
Yeah.
because ours is different. Like we can only borrow physical books from the one of the 5 branches, basically. But on Libby, we can borrow from Ontario Library, so it's the whole
Wow, that
province.
is cool. So it's like opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve says, yes, definitely Worlds, Austin. And Krista says, I have 4 cards for my area, but also share 3 cards with friends. Between all 7, I barely ever have to wait on Libby.
Nice.
Wow, that is really nice. And Kelly says, our library makes us renew every year. Wow. And Jeannie says, I just picked up The Correspondent by Virginia Evans from my public library, so I have started that tonight. There are over 700 people still on the wait list, so I will only have 2 weeks to read it. Yeah, when you get one of those popular books, they are really strict. You can't like renew it on Libby or probably even in library. But I saw that book at Barnes and Noble, but I wasn't buying books for myself that night because I really just had like bought 3 books online. So I was like, no, you don't need any more books right now till you read those that you got. You don't need to buy any more. But I did see it on the table there at Barnes and Noble, and I was so tempted.
I have not bought any books yet this year.
Wow, that's so good.
I mean, I picked up some free Kindle sales, but I haven't actually spent any money.
I really shouldn't have, but I really wanted to read these books that I got. And I couldn't find them on Libby because I did try to get these other ways and I couldn't. So I ended up buying them. But yeah, I decided I couldn't buy any more until I got these read. But Seeking Persephone is one. And I actually wasn't even able to get a physical copy, so I have it on ebook and Audible. And then Taming Lady Temperance, I got that one. And the To Love a Lady, is that what it's called? The Gabrielle Meyer one?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so that one still hasn't come in, but it's moving through the mail system according to my email I got. And I feel like there was another book that I bought. Oh, this was a while ago. This is a book that I read when I was in middle school, and I was going to read this for middle grade March, but I didn't get to it. This is called The Ghost Belonged to Me by Richard Peck. And I remember really liking the second book in this series, which I'm trying to read this one because the second book has like a whole thing on the Titanic, and that would fit like Alma's challenge.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm trying to finish this one so I could get to that one.
Yeah, for me, it's just, I mean, we don't have any used bookstores in the area. So that's right. And new books are just really expensive. So
yeah. I know, the same with us. We used to have a bookstore down the street from me that had new books and used books, but they closed a few years after I moved into the area, and there hasn't been another bookstore of any kind other than Barnes and Noble. They just opened another new bookstore, independent bookstore in a town not that far from me. And there is a used bookstore in a different town not that far from me, but I haven't gone to check it out yet. It's really cute from the pictures that I've seen. It's decorated in a really fun way and has like separate areas for the different genres. But it's probably 15 to 20 minutes away, but I never think of going there when I would have time to go. And Austin says, I wish people would use more libraries, to be honest, some hidden gems. I grew up in the library. I was a total library kid. How about you, Jeanette? Did you go to the library as a kid?
I think so. I don't really remember my childhood a lot. Like,
Oh,
I don't have a great memory of younger years. But according to my parents, yes, we did.
yeah. My mom and my uncle would round all the kids up. So my mom worked at a school and my uncle taught at a school. So school breaks, we were always at
Mm,
the library and they would take turns. So like one time my mom would take us all and another time my uncle would take us all the kids, and we'd go get books. And it was so funny because my mom was not very organized. So she, it's like we could take our books and we had them or whatever. But when my uncle took us, he would collect all the little dew slips and
yep,
put them on a cork board. And he would write what each one was so that when it was time to go back to the library, he knew if somebody was
you knew
missing
which
a
to
book.
take. Yep.
Yeah. And Hannah says, I have 2 library cards and one makes me renew and the other doesn't. I do like having 2 because it makes my waits on Libby shorter, and one library has Hoopla while the other one doesn't. Same, Hannah. So, yeah, yeah. The
I would
both
have
of
a
them
lot less audiobooks if it wasn't for Hoopla.
both of them used to have Hoopla, but then one of them said they were stopping it, but the other one was keeping it. So I still have Hoopla. Also, I forgot, I do have we have a state library, a state digital library.
Mm.
Um, and so I have a virtual card for that one, and we can borrow ebooks and audiobooks on that. That's usually the last one that I look for things because their app is kind of glitchy. So sometimes I'm listening to an audiobook and it like jumps back and then I'm listening to something I already listened to.
Oh,
So then I have to like find my place or listen to
yes.
it again. So yeah, but that is another option that I have. And Austin says, question, what is the best hidden gem you found in the library, new author, etc.? Um, I don't know about the best, but one that I found that has come back recently was the Puzzle Lady series. And this was several years ago because that series has been around for a while. I think the author is actually deceased now, but they just made it into a series that was on PBS here in the US. Um, and I had remembered that I had started that series, so I actually checked out the book from Libby to reread it again. But I had found it at the library. I was just browsing the shelves, and there was a book that had like crossword puzzle look on the cover, and I was like, "What is this?" So that was a hidden gem that I found. I really enjoyed it when I read it.
Mm. I'm
Have
not
you?
a browser at the library. I
You
know
know
what
what
I'm
you're
going for. I
looking
get it.
for?
I leave.
And Hannah says, I wish there was a mix between Hoopla and Libby where I can borrow however many book I want to, no holds, and I can send library books to my Kindle.
Yeah.
Um, Libby you can, but Hoopla you can't, right?
I don't know. We
So
can't either. So
Hoopla you have to listen or read in the Hoopla app, but with Libby you can send it to Kindle. And Hannah's says, Austin, Sarah Addison Allen for me. I learned I love magical realism. Testing my memory. The bundled bookworm. Anna? Was it
Anna?
Anna?
Yeah, I think so.
I have 2 cards too, with one using Hoopla and one using Libby. I wish I could send the Hoopla ones to my Kindle, but because I can't, I don't use it as much. Yeah. I think that city library that I have access to also has like a cloud library, but I haven't really checked into it. I don't know if it's an app or how,
But next time I go into that library, I need to pick up the little pamphlet that tells you how to use the cloud library, because that might be another source for finding.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeannie says, since I am not a rereader, I seldom buy fiction books unless I can put it in our church library. Mostly I borrow from the church library or the public library. That's cool. I love cozy mysteries, but unless I really love the series and plan on rereading it, I typically don't buy the cozy mysteries, or at least until after I've read book one and know that I'm gonna like it. Then I might consider buying a cozy mystery. But those I definitely check out from the library and from Libby and Hoopla and however I can find them. I do buy some of them on Audible if I really enjoy them, but I always have to test the narration first, because if I don't get along with the narrator, I don't want to own it.
Yep.
But yeah. And Hannah says, Emma, my best friend and I are going to buddy read Courting Miss Lancaster this month. I've got 3 buddy reads this month. Oh, that's so fun. Yay. You know what is fun about the buddy reads is because, like, I'm reading this book right now, but unless somebody else is reading it and at the same point that I am, you can't really talk to somebody about it if they're planning on reading it, because you don't want to spoil it for them, right?
Yeah.
So with a buddy read, if you know, okay, we're reading up to chapter 3, then you can talk about everything that happens up to chapter 3 when everybody's there. And, that's like so fun.
Yeah.
And Bethany, hello. She says, hi, I'm in the Nashville airport and about to fly home. I have a lot of videos to catch up on. Well, safe travel. Oh, it's Bethany. Did I say that?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought I read it wrong. Bethany, have safe travels. And I know you've been in Florida recently. And then where was she going, to the Philippines also? Yeah, so good. And Austin says, cool. For me, it was Rob Doyle, Threshold. And Tanya says, hidden gem, Susan Tuttle's current season, Treasures of Halstead Manor. Great series so far. That sounds fun. Treasures. I love books that have like treasure in the title. Hannah says, Jeanette, I'm sorry. I also have a hard time remembering my childhood because parts of it weren't so great either.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hannah. No, that's not why. I just have a bad memory.
I think the reason I remember a lot about my childhood is because I have siblings and cousins. I'm the oldest one, and then it kind of like trickles down for me. And then the youngest one is 10 years younger than I am. And because we all kind of like hung out at the same time, like I said, we would all be carted to the library. We spent summers at my grandma's house playing in the backyard, having adventures, doing stuff, right? And because we have those shared memories, it's easier, I think, to remember the things because we talk about them even now. It's like we've talked about them all our lives. So I think we all remember a lot about our childhood because we have someone to bounce that. It's like, oh, hey, do you remember when Barbie jumped over the mud pile and fell in it wearing white shorts? Like, yeah, everybody remembers that, right? And if you only kind of remembered it, saying that like kind of brings it back, right? So. And Annie says, love Richard Peck books. Yeah. And Steve says, a hidden gem for me would probably be finding some of my childhood favorite books. So basically the Berenstain Bears books. Those were fun.
Yes.
Those were fun. And yes, and isn't that great to be able to like go and see those books that made you happy when you were a kid. I love that. And that's why I am rereading this, because it made me happy back then. I could like absolutely hate it now, but I really loved it when I read it. And this was from my school library, and I would check it out a lot. And I also spent a lot of time in the library because there were things, like we had things that your parent had to sign off for you to like participate in. Like we had a thing on, I guess it was like a don't do drugs or whatever. And I was like, well, I'm never doing drugs. And so I didn't turn in my permission slip and just went to the library instead. So if you didn't have like the permission to do whatever that thing was, then you went to the library. So I would just like choose the library every time.
Right.
And Annie says, we could walk to our small branch library. I remember going every 2 weeks in the summer. Yep. Because that's how long you could keep the books out for, 2 weeks, and you could exchange them. And Chantel is here. Hello. And she says, hello, book friends. And Austin says the only cozy mystery is Sherlock. Okay. I guess Sherlock is kind of cozy. Kinda. And Jeannie says, I can get Hoopla on my Kindle. Oh, but not on my Paperwhite. Oh, right. If you have like a Kindle Fire, because it's like a tablet and you can download the Hoopla app. But the Paperwhite, you can't download apps.
Yeah.
And Steve said, and I actually was happy because they added that feature where you could listen to audiobooks on your Paperwhite. So if you have them on Audible, so I like that.
Yeah.
And Steve says, my mom actually is not a rereader. She also just borrows from the library, even goes to thrift stores, buys the dollar books, and then regifts them. You know what? That's nice. And I have done that. We have a lot of we have a lot of parks here in this area that I live, but also the area that I grew up in. So I don't know if that's just a California thing or if it's just both areas happen to have a lot of parks. But all the parks in my town, the Friends of the Library have put in little free libraries in all the parks, and they kind of manage them. So there's lots of I think there's like 5 or 6 around here. Most of them are parks, but there's a couple of like private homes that have them too. So yeah, I will go and take books that I'm done with that I know that I'm probably not going to reread. I take them to little free libraries. I get books from the Friends of the Library sale at the libraries. And because they're not very expensive, I don't mind buying those. And then if it's not something that I want to keep, then I, again, will take them to a little free library. And Steve says Sherlock is the best mystery books or TV show. Sherlock's pretty good. I do like Sherlock, but I prefer Poirot and Miss Marple. I think I skipped some comments, but I'll go back.
You did.
Tanya says, Chantel, Tanya here. Thank you. I may have to go to the library and look at each book in Christian fiction. And that is in response to, oh, that was a lot. Man, I really skipped down. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, that was a response. That was a response to Chantel saying, Tanya, I'm sorry I don't remember your name. Now I feel like I have a mission to find a happy book.
That's the one. That's in response to her earlier comment.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me see.
Whittemire. Because I'm like, yeah, that's my mission too now.
Okay. Got that, got that, got that, got that, got that. Let me use my finger instead of the trackpad. Got the rereader, got Sherlock. There we go. Karen Wittermeyer has a monthly reading challenge, and it's difficult this month. Any suggestions for a book with more than 2 people on the cover, preferably happy Christian fiction? More than 2 people on the cover. Do you have any suggestions?
I have one, and I just lost the name of the book.
Oh, no.
Because I was looking to see if I had other options.
Authentically, Izzy has 2 people on the cover.
Right, but she said more than 2. That's the
Oh,
challenge.
more than 2.
Everything has 2. Hidden Legacy by Lynn H. Blackburn. It's one of her first. Is it her first or is it her second? It's her second book that she ever released with Love Inspired Suspense.
Oh, okay.
It has a male, female, and a baby.
Aww. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I have a whole stack of them right here. None of them have more than 1 person except that Pepper Basham one.
I have a lot with 2 people, but not with more than 2.
Yeah. And Chantel says, Steve, what about Agatha? That's right. And Annie says, I got The Uninvited by Dorothy McCardle, a first edition. I love the old ghost movie it inspired. Was that the Uninvited? Was that the black and white movie where it's like centered around a house? I feel like that might be it. And Steve says, we still have not built the Sherlock Holmes book module. Well, Steve, I still have not built the Little Women house. So that's waiting. But I think I'm going to wait until October because I'm pretty certain that my read along, knit along in October is going to be Little Women because I do have a pattern called My Girls that the designer of the pattern for that shawl was inspired by Little Women. I have that pattern and I have the yarn to make it. So I think I'm going to do Little Women in October. So it'll be read the book, knit the shawl, do the Lego. I think that's my plan for October.
Make it a Little Women month.
It'll be a Little Women month. And Steve says, I actually haven't read any Agatha. And he says Lego instead of module. Oh, gotcha. And Lee, hello, Lee, says does. Do any of your libraries offer Freeding? There are tons of Christian fiction books on Freeding. I have not heard of Freeding. And here's that comment again. On a mission to find more than 2 people. Okay. We might be getting to the right place here. And then Austin says The Wind in the Willows is the special children's book for me. Did you see, Austin? I don't know if you were, pardon my cat's knocked over. I have these like little sponges to do inking. They knocked it over and I haven't put it back together. But this is The Wind in the Willows that I picked up at the tea shop. I love these little characters. Aren't they so cute?
Yeah.
So I'm hoping to get this read soon. I don't know if it's all happy though, so I don't know that I will necessarily be reading it this month. And Tanya says that was a comment there to go to the library. Hannah has also never heard of reading. And Chantel says, Tanya, I thought that might be it. Shannon's here. She says, hello. And Chantel says, there are some versions of Anne of Green Gables books that have more than 2 people. And Lee says, reading is a kind of best kept secret. If you go to your library website and look under databases or resources, you might find that they offer reading. And Austin says, do sheep count as far as a group of people? And Chantel says, ooh, do you have a good book that includes sheep? I love sheep and fiber and knitting. Me too, Chantel. And you know what? There is a Chantel. Let me see who the author is. I want to say Winspear is the last name. I lost my phone. She has like a series that's kind of based in wool. Let's see. Let me see if I can remember one of the titles of those books.
Oh, Ladies of the Lake by Kathy Golke. Has 4 women on the cover.
No, I guess it's not. I thought it was Jacqueline Winspear, but that's the Maisie Dobbs books. If I remember it, I'll let you know. But yeah, so all her books like have either wool or ewe or something to do with sheep. And Austin says, I have a great Christian book with a lot of sheep and one wee black sheep. And Tanya says, LOL, I don't think sheep count. I'll look through my Kindle too. I may still go to the library and just get covers. The libraries will love that, or librarians will love that. And Chantel says, I'm going to need to know if you find one, Tanya. And Tanya says, the sheep would count for the Happy Readathon pet companion. Absolutely. Yep. Yes. And Tanya says, I'll keep you all updated. And Annie says, yes, that is the movie. Book was dated 1945. And Chantel wants to know, Austin, what's the sheep book? Hannah's says Together Forever by Jody Hedlund has 3 people on the cover.
That's a good one, but it is a book 2 in a series. That's a good book.
And Tanya says, I'll write those suggestions down. Thanks, Jeanette and Hannah. And Chantel says, I'm adding them to my Kindle list too. I haven't read anything by Jody Hedlund.
That's the only series I've read.
And Hannah says, A Woman's Place by Lynn Austin has 4 people on the cover. And it does cover some heavy topics, but there is a happy ending, if I remember correctly. And Lee says, The Baxters prequel by Karen Kingsbury has more than 3 people on the cover, as it was the TV show edition and shows the whole cast. And Hannah says, Until We Reach Home by Lynn Austin has 3 people on the cover, also covers some hard topics. So it sounds like Lynn Austin likes those hard topics, huh? Whew. All right. Well, we made it to the bottom of the comments. I say we start another sprint. And
Sounds
look,
good.
Jamie is just in time. She says, "Hey, ladies, we are just about to go into another sprint, and we'll do 40 minutes. And so that would put us at 5 after. Yeah. And I'm going to start Lee's comment here, and that's where we'll start when we get back. So did I do that math right? 25, 35, 45, 55, 05. Okay. All right. Okay. And Jeanette, did you want to use your ambiance? I can put either one up. I also have one pulled up.
Go ahead and use yours. Yeah.
Okay.
That was just one I found very quickly.
Well, we'll try this one, and then maybe we'll just go back and forth between the two.
Sure.
All right. All right. We'll see you all back at 5 after. We're back. Need to let my computer catch up with all the stuff that I'm doing there. And I've got Humphrey that's coming around. How'd you do that sprint, Jeanette?
I got 28 pages read, and then I stopped because I didn't want to start a chapter.
Oh, good. Trying to crochet, and Humphrey was coming around, and I couldn't balance everything. I think I'm going to switch to physically reading in the next sprint. I have 9 minutes left in the chapter. Well, that's not right. It's switched. Now it says I have 11 minutes left in chapter 19, but I'm pretty certain I finished chapter 19. So I don't know what's going on with this. Okay. Let's see how everybody else did. And let's see. Okay, we left off with Jamie. So we have Lee saying things left unsaid by Courtney Walsh has 3 people on the cover. And Tanya says, thank y'all. Hannah says they're hard, but she writes them so well you don't mind. And Austin says the sheep book is gentle and lowly by Dane Ortland. And Chantel says, Austin, I love that book. I've read it twice now. And Hannah says The Healing Quilt by Wanda E. Brunstetter has 4 people on the cover. And Hannah says Gentle and Lowly was a wonderful book. Sarah's here. Hey, Sarah. She says, hi, friends. I didn't know you all were sprinting. Yay. Well, welcome, Sarah. And Chantel says, Tanya, I looked up Courtney Walsh based on Lee's comment, and she's got a couple. Austin says it's a great book. And Austin is asking, what is your favorite Christian book? And Lee says, Everything's Coming Up Rosy by Courtney Walsh. Jamie says, Harlow Morgan and the Sky City by Lindsay Llewellyn has more than 3 people on the cover. Yes, it does. I read that one for middle grade March, so it should be around here somewhere. And Jamie says, Without a Clue by Melissa Ferguson has more than 2. And Jamie says, Mail Order Duchess by Misty Beller has 3. Steve says, hi, Sarah. For the most part, I believe there's at least one Christian booktube lady doing sprints every day of the week. All are incredible and godly women of faith. Aw. Jeanette sprints every other Tuesday still, Jeanette.
Mm-hmm.
And Lucy sprints every Wednesday. I guess. I don't know. Has she missed a Wednesday? I sprint pretty much every Thursday. Sometimes I do have to cut sprints short. And if I'm on vacation and traveling, then I don't have sprints. But other than that, it's every Thursday. And then we have Katie from Paperbacks and Ponytails. She sprints on Fridays sometimes. And Chrissy's Purple Library sometimes. And Kat, what is Kat's channel? Kat's Novel Adventures. I forget Kat's channel name, but she sprints on Wednesdays a little bit earlier. Yeah, and there's lots of Keisha from A Book Like You has sprints every once in a while. I think she mostly does Fridays also, that I recall. But yeah, check around. There's lots of sprints. Everything's Coming Up Rosie by Courtney Walsh, 3. And Sammy says, hi, I'll be here for a little bit to work on a math proof before bed. That was like I don't mind math, and sometimes I even would like get really into doing math problems, but I really hated proofs. Because I just am kind of a mess and all over the place when I'm figuring things out, and having to like put it all down in order and neatly. I didn't want to. And Lee says, Only the Beautiful by Susan Meisner. My Heart Remembers by Kim Vogel Sawyer. How the Light Gets In by Jolena Petersheim. April's Promise by Terry Todd. The Fault Between Us by Stephen Landrum. 3. Hey, Tori. Tori says, good evening, all. Katrina got to 83%, has 1.5 hours left. At regular speed, Katrina, or are you listening to it faster? And Hannah got to 95%, not quite done.
It's so close.
Almost there. I know. Morgan read 2 chapters, and Chantel read a couple. Katrina saying, so close, Hannah. And Kelly just got done eating with the family. No chapters ready yet. What do you have for dinner? I haven't had dinner yet, and I'm kind of hungry. I don't know what I have. I think probably the fastest thing would be like a sandwich. I think I might have some soup. I made that carrot ginger soup, and I have some in the freezer so I can thaw some out in the microwave and have it with I have some French bread. That sounds kind of good.
Mm-hmm.
And Chantel, especially because it's cold today in California, so soup would be good. And Chantel says, I read a couple chapters in A Noble Masquerade. And Jeannie says she read 27 pages. And Sammy says, I love the cattails in the background. That's my home food. And Tanya says, thanks, y'all. Y'all are amazing. Looking at book covers in the library. I spent that sprint putting some books y'all found on hold at the library. Good deal. Oh yeah, Hannah, she says she misses Katie's Friday sprints. Hopefully it's because Katie's working on her book. That is why she may not be having sprints. Sammy says Katie's sprints were my first ever sprints. I think my first ever sprints that I found were Beach Bum Bookworm. Tiffany has sprints on Sundays, and then she alternated sprints on Mondays. With Stormy. Yeah. And so I think that it was a Monday sprint, and I was like so confused. Like I didn't know what sprints were. I didn't know what was going on. She has this scavenger hunt thing that she does on her sprints. Like I couldn't figure that out. I mean, I was just completely lost. But soon after that, I found Katie's and I found Lucy's sprints, like right around the same time. And Lucy's sprints were always easier for me to find. And funny story is, usually at that time, I was spending a lot of time at my cousin's house. And she only lives about 17 miles away from me, but it's like 5 towns and in a different county. And the traffic between my house and her house could take anywhere from like 25 minutes to an hour, just depending on traffic. So it was so funny because I'd be at her house and driving home, or I'd be leaving work and driving to her house when Lucy's sprints were on. And I always like wanted to comment, but I was driving, so I was like
Right.
listening to it, but I couldn't comment because I was driving. And after a while of like just lurking because I couldn't comment, I started just like pulling over. So I'd pull into a parking lot so that I could do a comment real quick and then get back on the road.
Nice. I think
And
my first ones were Krista from Books and Jams.
oh,
I think that's my first.
yeah.
And I mean, she was also the first person I ever went live with.
Oh, that is so cool.
Mhm.
That is so cool. I have caught some of hers. I feel so bad because I totally want to be in Kay's sprints, but I'm always at work when she has her sprints, so I'm not able to. I think I can like sometimes if I remember the right time, I can pop into like maybe do a comment, but I really can't like be on,
Yeah.
be watching at work because yeah. Hannah
It's
says I
usually easier for
my
me
first
Sunday to
two.
Thursday
Yeah.
to be in any sprints.
Yeah, for sure. Um, yeah. I have I feel like I never do anything, but I do have book club in person once a month on Thursdays. I have scrapbook club every other month, one Friday of the month. Um, but if I ever like do anything, like one of my friends, she's like, "You got to watch this movie," and I was like, "Okay, I probably can on Friday night." So that's like my night that it's like is not packed with other things.
Mhm.
So Hannah was saying she thinks it was her first two. And Shannon says, "Hi, Sammy and Sarah." "Hi, Shannon," says Sammy. Annie got to 57%. And Austin has to go very late where I live, but have a wonderful Easter. You too. Happy Easter to Austin and to everyone watching. I am really excited about Easter. I have, and I was going to put it out this week. Where did I put it? I have like the empty tomb, like little peg dolls, and the tomb with the rock that are made out
Yeah.
of wood. I normally like put it back here. I have all those books, so I haven't swapped it out yet. And where did I put the box? Because I did bring it out of storage so I could put it up, but haven't done that yet. I did want to have it up for tonight, but I didn't get a chance to do that. And Katrina is listening at regular speed. Steve finished chapter 19 just as sprints ended, also switched loads of laundry, went on Snapchat. Apparently, I offered to do my brother's laundry as well. LOL. And Mac, brother in Christ. Yeah. And Sammy, Hannah, you're so close to finishing. And Steve wants to know how late it is, Austin. And Austin says 3 a.m. Where is it 3 a.m. right now? Austin, where are you at? And Kelly says mac and cheese, green beans, and pork chops. Oh, that sounds so good. I also have pork chops in the freezer, but I would have to defrost them. So I think I'm probably going to have the soup, but I should pull one out so I could have it for dinner tomorrow. Because that sounds really good. I actually had a pork chop and mac and cheese the other night, and I wanted to have green beans, but I was kind of lazy to like make them. So, and Jamie says, "I didn't read much. I'm about to go make a cake. I have to help with a funeral meal at my church tomorrow." That is so good that you're doing that and that you're able to do that. And let's see where we got to. All this, it jumped on me. Mac and cheese, Jamie. Okay, there we go. Steve. Oh, wow. Are you over the pond, Austin? Ireland? Wow. I would love to go to Ireland. It's like on my list of places that I want to go, which isn't actually very long, but oh man, so good. Kelly, sounds yummy, says Sammy. And Steve says, that's amazing, Austin. Well, good night, bro, in Christ. And Sammy says, get some sleep, Austin, for sure. I'm glad you stopped by, being how late it is over there.
Yeah.
And Katrina says, an older book that has a few people on the cover is The Crown and the Princess by Michael Phillips, his Russian series. Very well written. A local homeschool mom made it required reading for accuracy. And Austin says, good night, my friend. Chantel says, bye, Austin. Happy Easter. And Steve says, my wife Lucy was my first reading spritz. Honestly, I didn't know BookTube existed, let alone Christian BookTube. Yeah, that was all new to me too. When did you find out about BookTube, Jeanette?
Well, I've had my channel for so maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Or so, I would say.
I think it was 2023. 2022, like either late 2022 or early 2023 when I found out. And it was how I got there was I was searching Agatha Christie on YouTube looking for something particular from a podcast that I listened to, and a channel came up that had like a Agatha Christie like series that she had done.
Right.
And so I watched that, and she kept saying BookTube, and I was like, what is BookTube? And so then I just searched BookTube, and like all this stuff came up. And so I watched a few videos here and there, and then I found Amanda's channel, and Book Lover Amanda.
Yep.
And so I started with her first video and was just watching. And pretty soon I was like caught up. It took me a while, but I got caught up. And just to see like how much fun she was having and how much she grew from her first video, not like numbers wise, but like in confidence.
More,
and yeah. And it was just so good. And she always looked like she was having a great time. And I was like, I want to do that too. So that's why I started my BookTube channel. Sammy says, does anyone have fun Easter plans? Jeanette?
Nope. We have a Good Friday service tomorrow morning and then Sunday morning service.
Yeah. My cousin and her husband they left today to Utah to visit their grandbaby that just turned 1. And they still have a 17-year-old at home. She's the one that I go to her house all the time. And then they have a 20-year-old and a 23-year-old, which they can all take care of themselves, but she asked me to check in on them. So I will likely do church with them and have lunch or dinner there with them. But yeah, they're when they were little, we would like hide the eggs and do all that stuff. But, they're older now. Although last year they hid the eggs themselves. So. And Hannah says, I found BookTube through Bookstagram because I found Katie's Bookstagram. Okay. And Kelly says, I was looking for videos with Christian fiction recs and came across Celestria's channel. That was my first intro to it. Oh, that is so cool.
That's really how I discovered it too, but it wasn't Celestia, it was Oshina. And then I discovered Krista, and then I discovered Celestia and kind of down.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Katrina says, I was looking for book recommendations for my teen daughters for Christmas. Yeah, and that was another thing too, when I first did like the booktube search and all of the stuff was coming up, because I was looking for specific recommendations that mentioned if a book was clean or not, or what the content was. And I think that's how I found Amanda's channel, or why I picked Amanda's channel for that. And Hannah says, I'm praying that my children are well enough to go to church on Sunday. Hannah's still praying for your kiddos, and that will make a good Easter. And Chantel says, I've been sewing cute little chicks and eggs and sheep out of fabric scraps for my kids for Easter. Also going to dye eggs with my kids tomorrow or Saturday and have the grands over for dinner on Sunday. Oh, that is so nice. One year I made little chicks. I knitted some little chicks, and I was giving those to my nieces and nephews for their Easter baskets. It was such a cute little pattern, but I haven't done one in years now. They were still pretty little when I did that. Sammy is looking for a clean, or was looking for clean book recs on YouTube, and found Lindsay from Books for Christian Girls channel. And that's how I was introduced to Christian BookTube. And Chantel says, I should say the grandparents. I don't have grandchildren. Okay. And Sammy says, Chantel, that sounds so cute. Little sewn animals. Yes. And Katrina says, if you are able to get quail eggs, I hear they take the color brighter than chicken eggs. Interesting. One friend of my cousin's husband had quail and would give him quail eggs. And he just loved that. They have chickens, my cousin and her husband. They lost their last chicken, Ethel, a few months ago. They had 5 chickens for the longest time. Then Ethel left, but they got new chicks this year. I don't think they have names yet. They're so cute. They're still inside the house and in like they're still penned in before they go outside the big coop. And Hannah says, thank you. My daughter was complaining about her ear hurting tonight, so she went to bed with a cotton ball in her ear for the first time. She's only 2, so it might not be in there in the morning. My grandma used to do that with the cotton ball. And Chantel says, I randomly came across Kay's channel while looking for book recommendations, and then I went down the rabbit hole of BookTube and lurked around some sprints before saying hi. Well, that's cool that you found it all because of Kay. And Hannah says, Ethel is a perfect name for a chicken. So they had chickens first. So that Ethel was in like this second batch of chickens. So they originally had chickens that were named for like Disney. So there was like Maleficent, that was a black chicken, and there was Snowy, that was a white chicken. And I don't remember all the names of the other chickens. And then they got like another batch of chickens, and they had a Rosie, and I think Snowy still was alive when they got Rosie. And then they got Lucy and Ethel. I don't remember the name of the other chicken. But yeah, Lucy, I think Lucy was about a year ago that she died, and then Ethel a few months ago. So this new crop of chickens that don't have names yet, we'll see what theme they go with for the names. And Chantel says, I have a friend who is starting to raise quail, but I don't think she has eggs quite yet. And Chantel says, oh, yay. Lucy and Ethel were the last 2 out of that second batch of chickens. So they were friends to the end of one of their lives. And Katrina says, Hannah, look up Barbara O'Neill and onions. She recommends putting a warm half of an onion on the sore ear. Interesting. I don't remember what my grandma would put on the cotton ball that she'd put in our ears. I don't remember. I wasn't too susceptible to earaches, though. I would be more of a stomach achy kind of kid than earaches. But one of my sisters would get earaches really bad, and another one would get bloody noses a lot.
Mm.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So looks like we're just after 7:30. I think we can go ahead and start another 40-minute sprint. That would take us to 10 after. What do you say?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. Yep.
All right. And I'm going to use your ambiance. So we'll put
Okay.
that up and we'll get going. I'll put a banner up. All right. We'll see y'all back at 10 after. Happy reading. Oh my goodness. I'm just so mad at Adam in this book. Oh, I am at 63%. And yes, oh my goodness. How did your reading go?
I got 20 pages read, and I'm loving that this is such a floppy book because I can just put it down on my desk and not have to hold it.
Let me see.
Like it just stays.
Nice.
Right? So I'm like, I can just set it down and just look down.
Yeah, that is nice. I like those. Have you seen those page holders that are made out of either like ceramic or resin, and they have like a dip in the middle, and they could be shaped different ways on top to just keep it all open there for you.
Yes, but then it
I
seems like you'd have
ordered.
to move it every time, right? And
Well, yeah, you'd have to move it each page. Yes.
yeah.
Depending on how fast of a reader you are, you might be moving it quite often. Yes, but a good floppy open book that will stay open where you're reading is nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see how everybody in the comments did. Okay. So I think we left off here. Hannah says, yeah, I'm going to finish my book. And Katrina says, some people put garlic oil in the ear. Garlic is a great antibiotic and antiviral. Sammy says she's going to head out, and you're probably already gone, but good night, Sammy. Hannah says, my mom did that, Katrina, and my sister swears by it working. And Grandma Susan, it looks like she also was leaving. She says, thank you for sprints. I'm going to lie in bed and listen to audiobooks. I'll leave this up on the TV. Okay, well, Grandma Susan, thanks for sticking with us. And have a good night if you decide to turn in. Hannah finished her book. Yay. 4 stars, she says. And Katrina says, congrats, Hannah. And Katrina says, have a good sleep, Grandma Susan. Jamie finished mixing her cake. What's the flavor of your cake? And now baking. She sat down to read a bit of the Pastor's Easter Prayer, a love-inspired book. I have some of those in the bookshelf in my bedroom. And some is the suspense ones, are they love-inspired suspense, or are they? Yeah, I have some of those.
Love-inspired suspense, yep.
Yeah, I have some of those too. For your readathon, I don't think it was last year, it was a year before, I read some of those. Yeah, I think I read 3 of them. Yep. Katrina made it to 88%. And Shannon says, isn't the book good though? Yes, it's totally good, but I'm just so mad at him. And Jamie says, I read a few pages. And Shannon says she read 5 chapters in Tidings of Liberty. And Jeannie read 15 pages this time. Chantel read a few pages, and so did another little chick. Are you hand sewing or are you machine sewing? And Tanya says, yay, Hannah. And she read 3 chapters that sprint. Chantel says, hooray, Hannah. And Tanya says, hey, Humphrey, he's so cute. He is such a cute little brat. He is now over on I have a soft chair over to the side, so he's sitting over there now. I know his litter box is clean and he has food, so I just don't know he'll come and I'll pet him, but then he doesn't want to like stay in my lap. He wants to like go. And Jamie says it's a lemon supreme cake. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh my, it gets even better with apricot nectar in it and an apricot nectar glaze. Oh, so good. Lemon and apricot. I love when cakes have like a fruit filling instead of icing as the layer. And Katrina is heading to bed. Hope everyone has a good night. Well, good night, Katrina.
Good night.
Hope you get lots of rest tonight. And Steve says 2.5 pages in chapter 20 of Gregor and started a new load of laundry, making dinner for Lucy when she gets home so she can just hop online with y'all. Oh, that's so good.
And what are you making,
and
Steve?
Jamie, I know, huh? What's for dinner at your house? And Jamie says, good night, Katrina. And Chantel says, I'm hand sewing them right now, but might pull out my machine tomorrow so I can make more faster. Yes. I haven't done since I've gotten Humphrey because he is wants to be in everything. I haven't done a lot of machine sewing here at home or spinning on my spinning wheel because I just don't want him to get hurt, sticking his paw or his head in while the wheel is spinning. And I did, when I first got him, I was working on a costume. My nephew was having a themed birthday party, so I was making a costume. And Humphrey was like sticking his head in the sewing machine, like where,
Yeah.
So I was like, so I ended up taking my machine over to my cousin's house and finishing it there because I was like, I don't want this cat to get hurt. And he won't stay out of stuff. Like he needs to investigate everything and be all over. And Tanya says she's heading to bed. Good night, everyone. Thank y'all for suggestions for the Karen Whittemire challenge and thanks for the sprints. You're welcome. And now I'm interested in this Karen Whittemire challenge.
For sure.
Yeah.
I had no idea she had one.
I know. I'm going to have to look it up and see what is up with that. Let's see. I think Lucy thought she was already going to be home by now. Steve, do you know when Lucy will be home? So, Jeanette, is the book that you're reading the first book that you picked up this month?
It is, yes.
Me too. So, like I'm 63% in. How far are you in yours?
47, I think my audiobook said. Because I have this on physical, I have it in Kindle, and I have it in audio. So I'm like one book at a time right now. I'm so happy about that.
Yeah, I know. I was really excited too that I'm only reading this one book. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just updated my audiobook so I can know what percentage it was.
Lucy says she's on her way home. So I wanted to ask, since it is the first book that you're reading this month, and mine is the first book that I'm reading this month, like what prompts already do you think that your book will fill?
It will fit the food, because they've already talked about food. Oh, and they had a birthday party in it.
Nice.
I gotta write that down. If I enjoy the book, I can use it for a recommendation later in the year.
There you go.
Beautiful scenery. And it is set in the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee, which I knew. But it's also mentioned Pigeon Forge and Sevierville, which we went to in September. So I'm like, well, that's cool.
That is really cool.
Because it's a dual timeline. In the historical, there's a dog. They talk about sewing their dresses, so favorite hobby.
Mm-hmm.
I really think it could use probably everything.
Yep. Yep.
Probably.
So my book, definitely beautiful scenery. The descriptions of the garden that she goes into all the time, the stone bench where she goes, then delicious food. They've already mentioned some dinners and a kindred spirit. I think she probably has like a good connection with the best friend of Adam, and because they seem to get along pretty well and have like a good rapport.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and then pet companion, she has a horse that she's learning how to ride, and she has like a
Mm-hmm.
connection with the horse.
Nice.
Let's see. Community. I guess you could make a case for community because she is getting to know the staff there at the house where she's living, and like starting to be a part of that. Cozy setting. Um, I'm sitting in a cozy setting right now, but also I think she has one of the sitting rooms where she um, sits mostly. Seems pretty cozy. So I think, other than favorite hobby, I still haven't really come up with maybe horseback riding. The husband horseback rides in it. And then happy ending, I'm sure we'll get there. But yeah, so I think what I'm reading will fit all the prompts. So if I read nothing else this month, I still can check off all my bingo board.
Yeah.
And Annie got to 74%. Good job. And Hannah says the book I just finished will fit beautiful scenery. That's cool. Do you think, Hannah, that it could fit anything else? And Shannon says, I'm trying to remember how much taco food there has to be to any taco food. There could even just be like a cupcake on the cover. It doesn't have to be like a big theme throughout the book. So if they have tea and they have a scone, then that counts as delicious food. If they have crab salad and you think that's delicious, then that's delicious food. So whatever. I personally don't like anchovies, but if they have a pizza with anchovies and you think anchovies are a delicious food, or they think, the characters think that it's a delicious food, then it'll count for that too.
Well, I planned on using Sweet on You by Becky Wade, which is a chocolate bakery. I don't know
Yeah.
what they're actually called. Like a candy
A
store. They make chocolate.
chocolatier.
That's not delicious food for me, but I know it is for a lot of people.
That's right. And that counts. Yep. Yeah. I do. I like chocolates, but if you're giving me a choice of like flavors for cake and stuff, um, I mean, chocolate's up there, but it's not my favorite. So, like, if I had a choice between like a yellow cupcake and a chocolate cupcake, I take the yellow cupcake with chocolate frosting, other instead of like the chocolate cake with the chocolate frosting.
Yeah.
And Hannah says, happy ending, pet companion, and cozy setting too. Yep. And the community prompt, what does it mean? Hannah's asking. Community could be any group of people that are together for a reason. So it could be like a knitting group. It could be like I was saying in here, how where she's living, the staff is kind of a community. And especially now she's finding out that the staff knew Adam when he was like a little boy and kind of like were part of his family. So that could count as community. A town could count as community. Any organization in the town could count as community. So I just finished a book a few days ago for middle grade March that there were four librarians that worked at the same library, and they came together to raise a child, and that's community. So really you can interpret it any group of people that have something that is drawing them together, either a common purpose or just something that they do together, or just the fact that they're all in the same space, could be community. And Hannah says, I have The Magic of Lemon Drop Pie by Rachel Linden checked out from the library, and I want to read that one for the food. Ooh, lemon drop pie. See, all of the desserts sound so good. And Hannah says, okay, it would count for community too, because the characters were all gathered for a wedding. Yep. And that so like a bridal party, that could count as community because they're all together for that purpose during that time, right? You see all of those, what do they call them? Like the bride squads, but they have like a different name that's cuter. But it's like basically all the bridesmaids, the bride, the mother of the bride, like, they're all kind of together for things. That would count as community too. All that lemon. Now I don't think I have anything lemon in the house. No, I probably have lemon curd. I think I always have lemon curd. What do I have that I could put lemon curd on? All right. Let us see. How are you feeling, Jeanette?
I'm good.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll do another sprint. I'm not sure how much longer Lucy will be traveling. Jamie says, I need some scones. I do. I probably have some scone mix in my pantry, but I don't want to bake tonight. So I really was thinking, do I have anything that I could just smear some lemon curd on? Yeah. What do you guys think of saltine crackers with lemon curd? I don't know that I have anything. I have French bread and saltine crackers.
Did you get some supper?
I took my soup out of the freezer, but I haven't heated it up yet. So I'll probably eat during the next sprint. That's probably why, because I'm hungry, huh?
Yeah.
Because I haven't eaten my soup and my bread. And Hannah says, I also need scones. I was given some dried cherries and thought that would sound good to use in scones. Oh, for sure. Yes. I had some scones that were like an orange flavored scone, but with the dried cherries in it. Oh my goodness, that was so good. Do love scones. The tartness of the cherries went really well with the orange of the scone. Oh, Lucy's here. Let's add her on. Where did it go? There we go. Hey, Lucy. Welcome.
Hi.
You made it.
I did. Why tonight of all nights did the customers not want to go home?
How it happens. Why tonight of all night was my internet freaking out at 4:30?
Poor M.
Yep.
Poor M. What are we talking about? What did I miss?
So we were talking about all kinds of stuff.
Hours. All 4 hours.
All 4 hours. We were talking about
I'm just kidding. I'm probably going to watch the playback.
Oh, okay. Then you can watch the playback. We'll just go with what we're currently discussing. Was one the book that you are reading this month, or the first book that you were reading this month? What prompts did it fit for the readathon? And then we started talking about delicious food and scones and lemon curd and what you can put it on when you don't
Lemon
have
curd
a
is
scone.
delicious.
Yeah.
Lemon curd's delicious.
So what was the first book that you picked up this month?
Well, I'm buddy reading this with Cece.
Okay.
And I think we're going to use this for the community prompt.
Okay.
Because it's set in Misty River, and I think Misty River is a smaller town, so
that would be good.
Yeah.
Could it fit anything else?
But then they work at this pet rescue place, so I think that there's going to be a pet companion there, and then I feel like there's another prompt that I'm missing. I can't remember.
Probably, I mean, the name of the town would lead me to, I haven't read that series, but would lead me to believe that it's beautiful scenery in there.
It's close. Misty River is that close to like Atlanta, Georgia? Is it in Misty River, Georgia? Is that what it was, Jeanette? Or Misty River? Because I feel like, I don't know.
I feel like it's spreadsheet. I thought I had my spreadsheet that has it with settings, but it doesn't. I gotta fix that spreadsheet.
And then
honestly, I don't remember where it's set.
It's in Misty River, but
sounds right to me.
Georgia yeah. And then Kindred Spirits, because the Miracle 5, I feel like they're all kind of connected because of the earthquake that they went through. And all of the books in the Misty River, I feel like, had happy endings. So I have a feeling it'll have a happy ending. So it'll come darn near close to clearing the bingo board. But
yep. That's what I'm hopeful, is that pretty much any book that you pick up will fit multiple prompts.
Yeah. But then on my own, I'm reading The Mismatch by Erin Mangum.
And how about that? What prompts do you got there?
That one is definitely delicious food because she, well, there's a coffee on the front. I feel like she works in a photography shop, but she's like always talking about coffee. So I haven't had her mention any delicious food thus far, but it is a smaller community, so I think it'll fulfill that one. And it seems cozy. The writing is very cozy, and according to Cece, it has a happy ending. So, what are you guys reading?
I'm reading Seeking Persephone. I wasn't able to get it physically, so I have it on ebook and audio.
And what prompts are those for?
Making a case for cozy setting because of where she hangs out in the house. Beautiful scenery for sure, because there's a garden. Pet companion because she's learning to ride a horse on a specific horse.
Nice.
Community because the servants there that work in the house have kind of built a community with the owner, and she's starting to be a part of that. And delicious food. They've already had like a dinner party, and kindred spirit because she has like a good connection with the best friend, and I'm assuming happy ending. I'm not done yet, so I think the only one that I haven't come across yet is favorite hobby, unless I count the best friend and the main male character go horseback riding like every day. So, I mean, that could be a favorite hobby. So, yeah, then that would be all of them. And Jeanette's reading Appalachian Song.
Woohoo!
Yeah. I'm reading it for beautiful scenery, but right
yeah.
now it has fit all the prompts.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
hit all of them?
Yep.
Wow. That's awesome.
And Annie's giving me a suggestion. She says if it's used on biscuits, it may be good on toast. And that is for sure. I could definitely toast some bread and then put the lemon curd on it.
Mm.
And Hannah says that sounds amazing. And Jamie says I had an orange chocolate chip scone yesterday. It was great.
Mm.
And Tori saying hi to Lucy. And Steve is saying, welcome home, Lucy.
Thank you, babe.
Hannah saying, Lucy.
Hi. I'm here. I made it.
You did. And Hannah says, Jeanette, your organization is seriously goals. For sure.
Apparently there's an issue with my organization, though.
Literally.
My yearly spreadsheet has settings. But when I put my yearly spreadsheet together so I know how many times I've read a book, it doesn't have the settings on it, like where the book's set. So I gotta fix that.
You've identified it now, so you will fix it, and so that's still goals.
Literally. The fact that she has a discipline and the mentality and the stamina to be able to do that is goals. My brain would be dead.
Jamie says this cake smells so good. I have not made it in a while.
What kind of cake?
Lemon.
She is making, she's making a lemon cake with apricot glaze and apricot like glaze frosting, I think.
I want some.
Yeah. I know, huh? And Chantel is getting hungry for a bedtime snack again. A sprint turned into delicious food discussion too. Pizza.
It's always about the food, Chantel. It's always about the food.
Yes.
Yummy.
All right. So
Alfredo.
You're gonna what? Have Fritos?
No, I want Alfredo.
Oh, Alfredo.
Because some kids at work were talking about having Alfredo waiting for them when they got home, and I was like, I want Alfredo. That sounds so
I'm
good.
not a fan of Alfredo on its own like a pasta sauce, but I do like pink sauce. So when you mix the Alfredo with like a marinara or a meat sauce, I like that. And I do like Alfredo sauce on pizza. But I think it's fine on Costco has that Alfredo chicken that you can buy. Like that's good, but that would not be my go-to. So if I had a choice between Alfredo or like red sauce, I would pick the red sauce.
I like them both, but right now I'm really craving Alfredo.
Do you guys have Old Spaghetti Factory?
No.
It's just it's an Italian place, but they have like a thing where you could get spaghetti and then pick your sauce to put on it. And they have a thing called the manager's favorite where you can pick 2 sauces to put on it and whichever 2 you want, and they'll do half and half, but then you can mix it up. But they also are known for their 3-course meal. So in addition to your pasta dish, you get either a soup or a salad, and then you can have spumoni or vanilla ice cream.
What is spumoni?
Spumoni, it's like Neapolitan, but it's pistachio, cherry, and chocolate. Yeah. So
Jeanette couldn't have the chocolate.
I know. She would have the vanilla.
Poor Jeanette.
Yeah, but it's like and it's always like a good price for their little 3-course dinner. And they have other things that you could get like lasagna or ravioli or other things, but I always usually get the spaghetti with the 2 sauces and mix them up.
I want it.
And Jamie says, yum, Em. I love the Old Spaghetti Factory. I know that they're like around different places. I just didn't know if you had one near you.
I've heard of them, and I feel like they had one in Ontario at one point, but I don't think it's there anymore.
Oh, look at Steve coming in with the trivia. I'm sorry, I mean to interrupt you.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4, 5, I think, near enough that, I could go to any one of them, but there's usually only 2 that I go to. One in the town where I work, and the other one not too far from my cousin's house. So when we go out to dinner, we'll go to one of those 2. Steve says spumoni is basically the colors of the Italian flag, which is where that ice cream comes from. It is an Italian set of flavors. Good job, Steve.
How did you know that, Steve? And why haven't you brought any home? Not there. I want.
All right. So are you ready to start a sprint?
Yay! Is Jeanette going to stay? Is Jeanette going to stay, or is she leaving?
I don't know yet.
Okay. Well, we'll start the sprint. If Jeanette needs to go, feel free, Jeanette.
I will let you know.
No.
And we will we'll go until, let me do some math in my head, 20 after.
Yee.
And Steve says, I actually learned that from a culinary arts at Bethany College. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I love spumoni. I love Neapolitan too, but I think I love spumoni better. So Jamie says they are usually in the downtown area of large cities. At least that's how they used to be. Now they have standalone restaurants. I last went in Colorado Springs. The ones here, I would say that the 3, 1, so there's a town that's kind of north of me. It's a smaller town than the town that I live in. They have one. My town doesn't, but the town next to me, which is slightly bigger than my town, has one. The one by my cousin's house is in like a mid-sized town. And then the one in Sacramento. Sacramento is a big town, but it's kind of like off to the side. It's not downtown.
The closest one is, to me, is Colorado Springs.
Oh, wow. And how far is that from you?
I don't know. Colorado Springs.
Didn't we talk about that the other night?
It's 12 and a half hours.
Oh my goodness.
I'm never gonna get spumoni.
Oh no, they sell spumoni at stores. You can have spumoni.
I'm never gonna be able to go to the spaghetti factory. That's it.
When we all meet up in Colorado Springs, we can go to dinner at Old Spaghetti Factory.
I'll meet you there. I'll meet you there.
And Hannah says, Steve, did you do culinary arts?
No, he didn't do culinary arts, but he worked very closely with a chef who had a culinary arts degree. He was a cook at the college, at Bethany College here in Mankato, and he was one of the lead cooks. And the head chef, who has the culinary degree, worked pretty closely with him. He actually gave him this book, which was his textbook when he was in culinary school. This one.
What is it?
It says Culinary Fundamentals.
Oh, nice. That is so cool.
This is what I lay on my diamond art as I'm getting before I start it. I lay it on the diamond art to uncurl the edges. Y'all,
I thought it was pretty handy there for you. And Jamie says that Indianapolis used to have one, but she thinks it's closed. And Steve says, kind of, Hannah, I pretty much worked a lot of restaurants here in my town, and every single restaurant that I worked in, I always asked questions. Yep, that's the way to learn. Hannah says, that's awesome. I went to culinary school and worked in several restaurants before becoming a stay-at-home mom. That is really fun. I hear
Cool.
that it's like really hard. I have one of my friend's daughters is a pastry chef at a restaurant, and her boyfriend is the chef there. And she's just always saying how the environment in the restaurant really depends on like the people that head it up and stuff. Let's see. Jamie says Colorado Springs would be a great meetup place for me. My sister lives there.
Yeet.
And Steve says that book tells you how to make homemade marinara sauce, homemade Alfredo sauce, and all of those types of dishes. That's a great book, Lucy. You shouldn't use it just to hold your diamond art. And Hannah says, I still have my textbook too. That is so fun. All right, we're a little farther out, but I think we'll still go to 20 after. So it'll just be a little bit of a shorter sprint. And
So
Jeanette,
fancy.
again, if you need to leave, feel free. Thank you for joining
No.
us tonight.
No.
But if you stick around, we
When?
would love it.
No.
Let's
Lucy
get
cry.
the.
Lucy be sad. I just
All
kidding.
right. We'll see you guys at 20 after. Maybe
Yay.
we'll see Jeanette at 20 after.
Yay.
We'll get an ambiance going.
Yay.
Lucy's excited. We're back. We're back. Jeanette is still with us. Yay.
Well, I don't have to work tomorrow.
Yay!
I do, but it's still early here, so we're okay. And I'm feeling good. I had my dinner and it was so good. I made, I heated up the carrot ginger soup. And I topped it with some sour cream, honey, and roasted cinnamon. And then I made some croutons in the microwave with some Italian herb infused olive oil. It was so good. So I'm feeling quite cozy now that I've had my warm soup and I've got my little blankie and Lucy.
I ate dinner too. Woo-woo.
I know yours looked really good.
Steve made a yummy plate of chicken, like grilled chicken with seasoning on it, and then calico beans. Those were left over from Sunday lunch at my mom's, and then garlic butter broccoli. Oh my gosh! In the steamer bag, the frozen steamer bags.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so good! It just satiated my hunger. It's not Alfredo, but it was
delicious.
It was delicious.
Yeah. So Lucy, I asked Jeanette earlier the first two prompts of the traveling book tag. So I'm going to ask you.
Yay!
So the first prompt is On the Road Again. So this would be a book that you've recently reread or plan on rereading soon.
What have I recently reread? Well, I definitely know I want to reread Mind the Gap.
Okay.
But I feel like I just reread something. I don't know.
Okay, well, Mind the Gap will count.
Because I'm hoping to read this in May.
Okay.
Or we'll see.
And then prompt number 2 is Pit Stop, a book that refuels you. However you interpret that. Could be inspires you, gives you energy, fills you up, however you interpret that.
Other than the Bible?
No, you can say the Bible. That's fine. But neither one of us picked the Bible.
Little Women or Emma.
Those are good.
Yeah.
Emma's good. I'm always in a happy mood after I've read Emma.
Me too.
Yep.
I'm always in a happy mood after I read. I don't want to say all the. Oh, Anne of Green Gables too.
Oh yeah.
One. Oh, that makes me feel so happy.
That's so good. That is so good. Matthew and Matthew especially reminds me of my grandfather. And so that part is hard, but I just love his interactions with Anne. And
Miss Matthew. Makes me sad.
Yes, but it still has a happy ending.
It does.
All right. And it looks like Hannah said good night. And she says, good night, ladies. It's almost midnight here. Have a good night. Well, Hannah, good night. Steve saying good night to Hannah.
Good night, Hannah.
Hey. Hello. She says, hi, ladies. Can't stay long, but I wanted to say hi and yay for the readathon kickoff. Yay. Oh, Chrissy, I hope you're having a great day. And this is a new name for me. Lucy, do you know?
This is, I believe this is my buddy Mac. He's a co-worker of Steve's.
Oh, well,
what
hello,
up, Mac? Mac is crazy.
He said, Lucy.
What?
And Chrissy says, oh, Jeanette, I loved Appalachian Song. So good. And Jamie says, hey, Chrissy. And Steve says, read 1.5 pages and cooked.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve
He did.
says, yo, Mac in the house.
Hmm?
And Chrissy's saying hi to Jamie. Mac is saying, what's up, Steve? Chantel read a chapter and a half.
Woohoo.
And Jamie read a couple of chapters. That's cool. I ate a lot, so I didn't get too much farther in my book. I ate a lot. I ate a bowl. I ate a lot of time during that sprint, but I just ate one bowl. I got only to 66%, but it's fine. I'm still very much enjoying this book. I'll get myself ready for bed, and then I'll probably read a little more tonight before I actually go to bed, because it just, yeah, it's so good. Yeah. And I'm excited. I think Edenbrook was the next one that I was gonna, and that's a reread for me.
I only have like 4 pages left of this chapter.
Wow, you can finish that tonight, that chapter. How many chapters have you got left?
I'm supposed to read 2 chapters a day with CC. So I have a whole nother chapter after that to read.
Okay.
So, but I can do it. They're longer chapters. Becky Wade's chapters seem a little longer. Yeah. So I'll be on page 58 when I finish. I'm currently on 30. So I have to read 28 pages.
You can do it. You can do it unless you're super tired.
I'm not. That's the sad thing. And I have to work at 9 in the morning.
Oh.
I hate clopens. They're the worst. Yeah. It's absolute worst. Having to close and then go open the next morning.
Yeah. And Jeanette, you said you're off tomorrow?
Lucky.
Yeah, we do have a church service at 10 though, so I mean, it's not like I'm going to sleep in too much.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be at work. I always try to be at work early. I don't have anything going on after work though, so if I go in, I take that back. We're having a staff meeting, I think at 8.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to be at work at least at 8 because of the meeting. Mm-hmm. And Steve says that he is chilling, reading, doing laundry, sir.
Mac.
Yes.
That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy.
That's Steve's crazy. Done like 4 loads of laundry today, Lucy. Be proud of him.
I am very proud of him.
Yeah.
I'm very blessed to have a hubby that helps with the domestic projects, chores, things.
And has dinner for you.
He takes really good care of me. I'm going to tell you all that really bad. Really, right now. He's a better housewife than me. Girl doesn't cook. She doesn't clean. I'm worthless to him. I'm just kidding.
No. You are his helpmeet. All right. Well, I think we had a really strong kickoff to the readathon. And we're all finding books to fit those prompts. Thank you, everyone that joined us tonight for Sprints. Thanks to my co-host for volunteering. I love you for it. I do. I'm so glad that we are co-hosting this together.
We ambushed you.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful. So I hope you both and everyone else has a great, great night. I can't wait to see what everybody else is reading and how the readathon goes on. I was telling,
throw a little like what's the confetti thing in the emoji in the comments?
Oh yeah.
Em hit 400 subs. She surpassed.
Oh, I did. Oh my goodness. It was such a surprise. I did.
She surpassed 400. Yay.
Yes.
Yay.
That's so cool. And I was planning, and I wanted to announce it on Sprints, not like on a regular video with like a description and such. But I do want to anybody that will post their graphic with their bingo board on there. Anyone that makes a bingo any which way, or at least fills a prompt, I'm going to enter in a giveaway. I might split it up into like a couple of different, so like if you participate, it would be one giveaway, and if you like get a bingo or a blackout, it's a separate giveaway. But I'm going to be doing that, and we'll pull winners on that last sprint of the month.
Yay!
So I'm super excited for that. And again, I didn't want to make a big deal of the giveaway part, but if you're watching tonight and participating, keep that in mind. I probably will say it again at the next sprint. And I might do like a sneaky post. I just don't want to like title it giveaway, because I don't want any like, spam and all scammers. That's right. So we don't like scammers.
No.
But yeah, I'm super excited that this readathon is going on. I love it that people are participating, and I'm hearing from so many people that are announcing it and doing TBRs and just mentioning it. It's like
It's
so good.
great.
Yeah.
Em's
So
getting
again,
publicity.
well, I'm
Yay!
having fun. I'm having fun. That's the important thing.
Part.
Yes. So again, thank you all for joining. Thank you, ladies. I hope you have a good night. And I'm going to go ahead and end the stream for tonight, but I will see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.